There we go. That was some nice, like, music, lofi music. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Press any button. Continue. From the Memorials of the Clouded Kokoro. So we're now doing in a trial, which is, I believe, going to be a two-parter again. Good. Ooh. Can't be yawning this point. Otherwise, Justin be angry. If I'm committing to this game, I gotta commit to it at least for 2 hours. That means James has to be with me for 2 hours. Evie going to bed? No, Evie is not going to bed. Evie is going back into the PC and staying in there for all eternity because we don't want to use such a useless Pokemon. I kid though. Have a good night, Skull. You sleep well. You and Kraid sleep well. Wow, I'm useless. No, I said Evie is, not you. You're a Sylveon. Because our wait, I forget. Is Sylveon based on friendship or just on move? I thought Sylveon's based on like friendship and a move. Though I could be wrong. No, I think it's just based off like leveling up and getting a move. I think actually, now I think about it. Okay, so it is friendship and fairy move. Yeah, I still need to play Gen 6. I need to find a copy of Pokemon X. But Pokemon games go quickly. But yeah, no, have a good night, Skull. You and Kraid have sleep well. I'll catch you later. Thanks for joining. And hope you could see the Aurora maybe tomorrow. Maybe. I heard it's still going on tomorrow if you're interested. Arceus, however, it's a move. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, sleep well. Luigi, you should get some sleep too. It's getting really late for you. Night, night. Do my last bit of stretches before I start the playthrough. I don't want to say stretches, but my... Yeah. Alright. Alright. 23rd of February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Luigi, go to bed. Oh, God! This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsumi. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined. I will say, as a heads up, if this case goes a little faster, I might skip reading some dialogue, depending on how things go. But I don't think I'll just do my normal spiel. But maybe I might push to finish this case. Future Justin, I'm just saying that as a maybe. This is mainly towards you, and also to anybody who watches these like sessions episodes far in the future, because I know they're not watching it right at this moment or anything like that. Although I appreciate everyone like that. If you ever watch this in the far future, whoever you are, I really do appreciate you. I really do appreciate, and I hope you enjoy these kinds of series. It's not edited. This is raw. Yeah. A future message. But to future Justin, don't hold your breath. I might not continue it. Thumbs up if you acknowledge. Good morning to you, Mr. Natsume. I thought we were gonna get him out of the catatonic state. Good morning, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away happily, as if the main player of today's trial is a deal. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. I think he was trying to be a cat. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! Well, wait harder. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Naturally. That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of demonic conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow, you have to forgive me. Any Jays, wizards in chat, I'm fighting God and losing. No, Frog. I don't even know what you're talking about. Skull was here earlier, I think, using your emotes. She could have been the wizard. Or in her case, because she is the, she should be a witch. JavaScript code. JavaScript code. Yeah, I wish I got into JavaScript code. I would say that maybe one day if I do a productivity stream and learn JavaScript code, maybe that will be a case for me. But today, no. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is, intercom. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you abandoned me and returned to your beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not been to Great Britain. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Well, yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. So I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. He's gonna go back. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defend it! Your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. I changed his voice. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe Soseki-san's curse. Truth is, hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep delivering my client in my delivering. Oh, delivering a baby. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. James, do you believe in our client? You said maybe? James, you say maybe? Well, I guess James has some faith in him. I don't. Let's see, 9:40 a.m.
In the name of Her Majesty, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. Now I call upon the six ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by the law to represent the wild people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die. If you ask me, especially gas thieves, I have no sympathy for that man at all.
Oh, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems.
The Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict today.
Now, Lord Zenzix, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. No! Get out of here! In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Sir, thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found the bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on top of it.
Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him that night.
Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all.
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. Revelation!
As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Natsumi, blah. You interrupted me before I finished my sentence!
Justin, persecute him.
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What do you say? Mr. Natsume is blameless here.
What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop of the Thames and conclude that water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Wasted another good glass of wine. Exactly. Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request.
I forgot to get some water. I thought I had some water. I'll be right back. James, entertain people. Wait, Frog, are you James as well? Because I just came back. Are you saying that you're James as well? Because I never knew your actual name's James. I thought you usually Void Lord as a James. That's your government's name? Yeah, my government's name is James. My secret mafia name is Frog. Shh. So you are James. Okay. No, I didn't realize that. I actually really didn't realize that. I never knew your actual name. To be honest though, James is such a common name. Forget that some other people sometimes have it. Cuz Void Lord is like the only James I really interact with on a day-to-day basis. Or I should say more so the James that I know is named James. Right, James? By the way, Frog, have you ever... I don't know if Australia could have seen it, but I'm guessing you couldn't see the Aurora Borealis. Hope for prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspear. Yes. It sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff! Show Mr. Shamspear to the stand.
Will Mr. William Shamspear, the victim of this despicable crime?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a belly full of foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes?
Oh, one may smile and may be a victim. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a room full of sweet fuel given.
That's right, fellow jurors. Don't forget this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept that, all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once and let him feel the sting in my tail. Yeah, she really is a beaky queen.
Oh, indeed, by dint of vile, the cowardly means, have I plotted to further my own ends, I confess. Oh, thou wouldest not pardon my sins of that, I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But wouldn't it that
Stop speaking ye old English. Just speak normal English. God, frickin', dang it.
Would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hare-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
God, I'm struggling to read this guy's English normally.
Objection.
But there's no poison. There was no poison found. Poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body through none, though none was found in the tea.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my tea coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that the poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered in my experience.
Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that! By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is woefully insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
A man can straighten out a whole bar like that so easily.
Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have not to lose.
Well, well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. My lord, my lord, my lord, my lord, my lord. The tea inconsistency. All right, let's go with what we got. So he's not going to be clear whether he knows him or not. Archaic Elizabethan lecture. Or I'm in the worst form. I'm actually gonna go check something really quickly. Did I or did I not? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just double checking so what I had as my stuff, and I think that's it. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna still just read everything because I'm just curious what they say. I'm pretty sure I know what is gonna be the thingy I need to present. It's James. And yes, I'm being ambiguous to which James. Eyebrow wiggle.
Hmm.
James, you're guilty, right?
Guilty of what?
You're guilty. You're just guilty. Fucked him. So he's saying he drank his tea, but Mr. Natsumi didn't. Okay, so it might not be that. Well, it has to be that. That's the only thing. I'm wondering, do they say which one's Natsumi's? Okay, so they do mention who is whose cup. Or to die. Tis life's but a choice. Or you could I don't know, work for it. Why am I being in trouble here? Often tea, husband, Rebelli. Here comes tea. Alright then. Everyone's against me, but I feel like this guy shouldn't be trustworthy because he lied. can't see the cup. You'll see the other cup. Yeah, because like there is no other means to prove. So this has to be it. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, but that's impossible.
How? Chop logic. What is this? Ye clad fiend?
The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. God freaking dang it, English, why it be so hard?
Incontrovertible.
What difference? Look at the inside of the cups, just here. There's clearly a visible ring. Yes, a tea ring, commonplace enough.
Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And pray thee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted.
Drink?
Tea? Well, it's hot.
That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his youthful self that night and drank his tea in no time. I do like Mr. Armstrong, man, because he seems like at least honest to his convictions, and if I convince him, so while I did did showcase that he could have been a victim, but he instead was like, how should I say? He at least is reasonable. I like his side character more. I don't know. Still, I'll say that. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as, well, for several hours, the tea was left standing.
But,
In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court.
Get thee to the nunnery.
Is it nunnery? I don't know. As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasions, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drink habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from leftover tea in the accused cups, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? They can't do this. Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now?
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician.
Van Zeek's whole, I don't know why his whole presence that literally just squashed all my respect for him for a lot of reasons. And I know that other prosecutors do hiding like this like before, but no, I really can't see myself like defending him like at all. His design of the character is good, but I don't know, I find him more annoying than any other character Evergato was really good. I really liked him. Von Karma was manipulative, but had a bit of admit a defeat towards the end. I forget her name. This second protagonist. Then there's also like Phoenix's rival. Like there are a few yeah, there's like I don't know, Van Zeeks is now really at the bottom for me. Just because of just that statement and a lot of things. I really don't get him. I mean, he's probably gonna reveal why he hates Nipponese people, as he says, but I really don't think that's gonna change my opinion of him at all. Or I shouldn't say at all, but really boost him up there for me.
For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use the tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court.
The prosecutor makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, the testimony remains valid in full support of the established facts.
Yeah. This is also another thing why I'm actually kind of pissed at him, is that he says facts, but we're going by statements, which are not exactly facts. They're just statements that hold little ground until you're proven either they're true or false. And he should have proof for that. At the current moment, he doesn't. And he just keeps doing this. This is... I think at this point, Van Zeeks really just became one of the worst characters of Ace Attorney for me. Just because of how contradictory he's just being a little bit. I really don't like him anymore. I really don't. The first game was kind of annoying, but it was okay. This one is just starting to piss me off.
The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
Your face does not exist.
No!
What does this mean then?
Do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit of steaming gas, obviously. My lords and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Gubbery Ale House that night, not did pass my lips, but the blackened tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad.
As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But the gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord.
My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, what? Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know that Waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
What the loyal lord says, if he's still in dots, it deserves a dose of poison, eh?
Yeah, now you're just twisting my words.
He was been leading up the golden path, and that's what he's been doing.
I never said anything like that.
What we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
Court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and we're duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No! You can't yet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. I still defend on Foreman being like an actual man, but he is very manipulative. Like, no, not manipulative, but he's very manipulated, is what I say.
Hereby declare the jury to be in 1 second.
Oh, happy day.
How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Very well. The court upholds the defense's right.
Typical, my learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
This trial will therefore enter its second summation exam immediately. The court calls are each upon you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
There's not much evidence. I only presented one evidence, and Von Zeeks hasn't even presented anything else outside of statements. I do agree the gas is far too expensive. I can't quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Stuff explodes, and it can poison you. It's probably lethal gas. Probably lethal. Gas is. Gas does not come free. It comes a fortune. Costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, my officer's up to me is a little sketchy at times.
I don't think gas passed the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there?
Okay. Two people actually make logical advices. Well, okay. Gas prices, yes. Like, two of them has gas price. Like, two of them are like gas prices. One of them is talking about the gas, lethal gas, which can be a possibility in a sense if it was leaking. There is the guy who says sketchy tea, and two of them, Foreman and the old man, are literally the two people who give their actual statements of like why they believe it is. So again,
I do feel perhaps personal opinion about the gas and its supply has been influenced the decision somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hope. And Mr. Shamsir was poisoned. There can be no doubt about that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsir was actually poisoned. Our hope is to demonstrate that the court to the court incontrovertibly. Bleh. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, Mr. Natsumi will be found guilty. Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the submission examination.
This is what I see when I see Shamsir in the background. Ow. Ooh. Hurt my foot. And the logic. Let's see what we got. Did you say with a bigger mustache? Doesn't have a big mustache. Air is gas, and air is free. Well, I mean, scientifically, gas is air. Yeah? James, help me here. Yes. Gas can be lethal. Gas can be lethal. God, golf. Lethal.
Talking like gas, like farts?
I mean, gas farts are methane, so technically, if you smell enough of the gas, you will kill someone.
So you're saying if you have enough people fart into a room, they can kill someone?
Yeah. Like it is true that gas that people fart out is methane. So if you fart have a lot of people fart methane gas into a room full of one person and lock all that gas in that room for that person to sniff for the rest of their time there, then yes, theoretically they will die. Hold on, what's my control? Take point. What kind of logic is that? I mean, yes. Wait. No, wait. You're like, yeah, what kind of logic is that? A lot of things are talked to you can be in any form. And gas is poisonous. Like, Did this guy go to even university? I don't know. Actually, I don't even think he went to elementary school. So while she is against the decision, she likes me for at least pointing out not only the thieving man for proof, but also like proving that I at least make logical decisions on gas. So in a sense, with 4-man, I can get on his good side easily, and her, I'm already on her good side even if I'm losing this battle.
She's really buzzing now. Oh, snap. I mean, James, what would you do? Would you rather take electricity or would you like to take gas? Both being potently able to kill you. James?
James! James, don't leave me alone!
Ah, sad.
Nothing.
Okay, here, lady. Explosions can destroy a whole house and cause a lot of shrapnel and cause collateral damage. Being electrocuted can be contained into like one specific area per se. Like, also it dissipates really quickly. So I mean, I'm not the biggest on like how all like all the electricity is connected into buildings. I'm not an electrician. I'm not a gas attendant or anything like that. So it's like, but still, I think I'll take electricity more, like getting electrocuted and having like internal electricity. Well, then again, like electricity can cause fires, but then again, gas can also cause fires because of the explosion. So, and also cause chain reaction. Well, both do, as long as they don't mix. Oh, as long as they mix stuff like explosion. Now we're getting another trial. In another trial, okay. James? Dang it, he's not available. He's gonna take a video of that. James, take a look at this guy. Can you take a GIF or a picture of him? That face. I know I could press him now, but I still want to see what other people say. It's salt. So okay. His is completely useless. Okay, this one makes logical sense of like what they heard. Wait. Well, pressing him does not. Yep. Oh, he may be the key. No, I know. Yeah, I knew I saw that, but again, I wanted to see everyone's thingy. Now that I did, it was pretty useless in a lot of cases. So let me get to the point where... It's about the pipes. Man, there's a lot of back and forth in this one. I didn't realize there was like so many back and forth.
Oh yeah. Excuse me.
What did you say about that? Okay. Blowing a pipe, you can make a pressure drop temporarily. So pretty much the flickering means that you got it legally, so the homeowner of that did get it legally. Naruhodo ne. James, can you reverse that face? Actually, I was hoping to make a gif of that at some point. Actually, I don't even know if we're reversing that because I see the hand with him. Dang it.
Hold it!
Hmm. Yeah, okay. Now the question is... Okay, his just doesn't make any sense. This won't make any sense. Yeah, because, like, he mentioned that he's the key, so...
Objection!
Those two steps... Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Oh, yeah, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsumi's tea did, in the matter of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? It was curious to see what flounder would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
What a piece of work. This is a man.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare?
What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange? What? That is what I say to thee, sir.
I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good lord!
Oh, the test?
Then gas pipes.
I don't even know what voice I'm going to give him.
Is what he's saying.
Oh, is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him.
For shame, madam, speaking that I fancy. I assure you, I am no such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation exam. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of their Nipponese fenced conjecture. To begin with, the lamp of the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to place his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. I didn't even drink that one. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection.
It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamsier's put his lips on the pipe. However, I can say with certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamsier has been doing something in front of a lamp, of that lamp on his wall. And I have the evidence to prove it.
All right, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So, what? Let's see this evidence then. Now that I got the jury's ear, I need to make sure to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Shamsier stood in front of his gas lamp. Oh, that is his gas lamp. I thought that was just, I was looking at the picture. Naruhodo ne. Oh, that's so much, explains everything. Naruhodo ne. Justin will be clipping this. Naruhodo ne. That face, James, is just posted. It's just gonna be what he expects this entire time.
Take that.
What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, Counsel. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in this court, however.
My lord, this is exciting new. This is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all places that Mr. Shamsier touched in the room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
Oh, well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Shams fellow. That's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineer's Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamsier also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Found a hanging picture here. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating artwork perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reasons why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Shamsier has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
What have I been up to, you nut?
I asked the court to recall jury number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into the gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement. What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamsier were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crocky!
Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during the summation exam, I must toast my learned friends utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord von Zix?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
Where's Scotland at?
But it's exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. Mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Wasn't Scotland in the yard there just to see everything?
Certainly even research of this nature by esteemed Sir Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But... Please, my lord, if I may.
Mr. Sato!
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wished to present the results of a great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain the possibility of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
You're right.
Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide.
Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say, didn't I? I don't like to break, and I don't like to break a promise.
No, what? You heard his lordship.
Well, old man, I love you.
Well done, Miss Nod. What is that?
It's not fair. Dinkum evidence. Oh, come on, Mr. Foreman. Stupid Van Zeeks didn't even present a single evidence so far in this specific case that proved his statement. Oh, good night, James. You're going to sleep?
Yeah, get to it.
All right. Have a good night, James. Sleep well.
Alright, have a good night.
Night, night. Like, my complaint is so far that the whole... yeah, no, the whole evidence is just not... Oh my god. If you presented at least one evidence, maybe I'll be okay.
Just one more juror changes his or her mind. Mrs. Natsumi's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Why, Mr. Shamspear? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Starohodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
So those two are good. So what I need to do is pretty much showcase yeah, I can't do those three. So that means it's either one of these three, two of these three needs to be pitted against each other in order for me to be moved on. And I'm pretty sure it's these two because this guy is just... Ugh. Well, hold on. I know it's like, so I say that time. I'm gonna check again. Oh! Yeah, I was like, but the defense demonstrated. I mean, again, Foreman actually makes logical decisions, quote unquote, in his decision making. So I can't fault him for that. I don't think I have any proof of that in any regard. Like, again, Foreman at least is like one of those like prove it and I will change, otherwise don't. So, and he's a lot better than Van Zeek's.
Hold it!
Pretty sure it's you I have to. I think the other issue is why I like the first game's like quick stuff is like the second case, while it dragged on, didn't really feel like a trial. It just felt like investigating everything. This one, this like has all trials. mean you were poisoned? Nah, it's only salt. So it's the same as before.
Hold it!
Something going on with her, but I can't figure out what is hers. And it was a statement. So I definitely it's not like pitting. Cuz I don't have the evidence to prove he did the thing. Oh, wait. Got to change my dryer really quickly. Okay, so let's see. I just want to look at her statement again. always have to check.
Hold it!
Dang, I'm trying to think. Yeah, because I'm gonna look at all this again. This is the letter. It's not useful at the moment. Whoop. There's nothing here. Nothing on here that has like mouth prints because we only did skin prints. No, technically, wouldn't the lips be part of skin? So I don't have the proof, but it has to be. I don't want to say support testimony because I don't know what it is. I'm gonna lose a point. But I might have to because I'm going back and forth. Because the pitting doesn't contradict anybody. This is the only possible way, but I don't know what it will bring me to. I kind of have to test it out. No. He has no. Gregson, no. wasn't at court. Oh, wait. No, he didn't mention that it was at night. But does that count? That night. Yeah, it's that night. So he's the only one who would really do anything.
Take that!
Yeah. Foreman. But it doesn't... No, it doesn't work. Dang it, I knew... I figured that wasn't the case, but he's the only... Is it actually just the queen bee? I can't put my two fingers on it. There's a stupid fly in my room. God dang it, I was hoping no flies. But there's been absurd amount of flies recently. I feel like the only person...
Hold it!
Don't think it's evidence. I mean, he and her presented the previous trial. Because he won't say anything. These two, but...
Take that!
Dang it. Oh my god, I'm not putting the two pieces together. I should probably pay attention to what she's saying, though.
Hold it!
Was it Natsumi? Maybe I mistook Matsumi. Maybe I disregarded him a little bit too fast.
Take that!
Yeah, okay. I was disregarded him too fast. That's my bad. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sakuseki Natsumi. Defendant. Very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Natsumi said the following.
My lodgings, there were a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on the fateful night, it happened. When I returned to me from Mr. Shams's, I lit a gas stove, went to bed, and was all along, the stove went out. And somebody tried to kill me.
On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So ask the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Oh, Dolly.
So that Shamsura blew air into the gas pipe to make the man go out on purpose?
Hold on, horses. What would he do that for?
Mr. Foreman,
What is it, man?
we cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye.
All at once. Roll out.
Yeah, I disregarded because I knew that the Gyarados wasn't gonna be there because he didn't present anything at the case. The only guy would be the meter man, but then he didn't see anything. So yeah, Natsumi was the only clear other objective for this. I just disregarded him too soon. Okay, my reasoning why it took me so long is because I was trying to connect a fellow testimony that happened, and it's been so long since I last did the last case. Because again, the only issue I have with this game is it's a lot of it takes too long. I did not remember everything what Natsumi mentioned. So, I think that the problem with this game is that it has a lot of like going back to previous iterations or like statements. And because this game's so long, there's no guarantee that people will sit down and play up to this point or play it right away. I think that's my issue with this game. It's just like that. No, not my thing, but that is the issue of this game. As like it takes a long time to get through things, which is I forgot. Like I said, I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord, which overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation exam has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jurors now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jurors' opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shumspeare.
My lord, how can thy humble Shumspeare serve thee?
What say in response to the various revelations made during the summation exam?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall,
Changing his voice.
I recall aught to either the lamp or pipe.
The home prints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? Ah! My leg! I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Who? Me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print of the self-processed detective's toy has no place in the British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. Just like your unconjecture of the teapot, dickhead. You would all do well to remember that. You would do well to remember your face and your memory. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there, what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to be spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Okay, that one is logical. Didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel failed to see what could possibly have motivated this man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe where he lived?
There's only one possibility I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
Answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Shamsir wanted to end the life of Gregson! It was Gregson! No, it was Gyarados! Clearly he wanted to own the entire landlord. Also this guy, Because he already dead.
Take that!
If a gas lamp goes out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, would be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around those parts myself, so I know what's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without a stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous.
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsumi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man's has been trying to murder.
Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely,
That accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that?
let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his attempt to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
Now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shakespeare's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest?
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life has been threatened
I see a fly.
could have possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison in the gas pipe in what was clearly retaliatory attack.
God dang it.
Can only be the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsumi.
So you're actually putting logic there for once, Mr. Von Zeeks.
Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsumi. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Who would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Huh? Blah 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 yabba dabba dabba doo.
How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Naruto, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. This may be our last chance to gain an advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that everybody thought somebody put the poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shakespeare's room, so we must name that person now and resolve Mr. Natsumi's guilt.
You mean name the true culprit?
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't worry. You know exactly what.
There is one other person I would like to believe would be involved in all this. True culprit of this crime. God, this is why I hate these types. I'm not talking about the GIS game specifically. There is something else I'm pulling up on my phone because this is a pain in the butt. Stupid because of how it's designed. Yeah. Don't get a day of rest.
True culprit. A term found only in the second-rate novels featuring a third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before this disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall anywhere.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago? The victim in the recent case of the stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsumi was arrested and hastened to add.
Oh, of course. Miss Green. She was left in a comatose for 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying in a comatose in hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious, so on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her in the possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious! She had poison!
And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to witness to stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspear.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look of Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty prosecution here, I hear to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. An hour should be sufficient.
Request.
Excellent. I hope.
Your defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I fear the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in an hour. Court is adjourned.
Now, normally I would end around now, but we can keep going. And it says to be continued. We will continue.
For jubilant jumping jocks.
Oh, Mr. Natsumi, I'm so pleased this is for you.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant, Miss Mikatoba Esquiress. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
I mean, your tea was innocent. Aha! Good morning, my dear fellows.
Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, he got raspy.
May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent.
Wow, now he is actually planning a murder. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your derision. Derision? Derision! What the heck is the derision? Derision. Contemptuous, ridicule, or mockery. Okay. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly all across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day, as sleep seduced me last night. I thought, tomorrow for once I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present to support my companions. So spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh yes. And then I begin to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time? Why do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. I think they already proved that like long ago. Oh yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah. Yes, of course. It's the poison Mr. Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconvenience do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended! Ah, could I have a wood? Oh, could I have a wood? I thought it was Miss Green. Gregson! How good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. And he came back with fish and chips. I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. The look of your face, I'd say he is someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not here.
Believe me, I wish I could do that. If I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation in Mr. Shams's room?
No, that shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from the newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shams's room? A man by the name of, yes, Selden.
Went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in that, well, it caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? What's, Inspector, what?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you so you can read for yourself.
Thank you. Now Gregson, you're becoming one of my favorites. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shams's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't ya? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Looks like he figured it out. And so it's just up to us to prove it to the court. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe.
Look, I just don't wanna be beholden to a lawyer. That's all.
Counsel of the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once.
Attention, defense! Well, I shall leave you two then. I'll be listening with the interest of the public gallery, not nodding off at all.
Certainly not.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally, so the best of luck to you.
Welcome to the Mr. Naruto Esquire.
Yes, Mr. Natsume?
It's time, isn't it?
This is it. Man. So, Miss Olive Green and Mr. Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. Well, I'm gonna have to check the court record. I won't really have saved Soseki-san till I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. I'll read the evidence as we get into the court, because clearly I need to read it at some point. Old Bailey room.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court is in session. Again, now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of the case we had heard only a few days ago is the perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of a wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to its amateur newcomer from dubious Eastern shores.
Thank you. For that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold statement, a cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Vansix, is the new witness present and ready to take a stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in.
Witnesses
State your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For my occupation, I can say only that I am a tragic victim to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Oliver Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not fledgling really. I'm a hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie is this? An intimate and often exclusive group of persons with a unifying common interest of or purpose.
Mr. Shakespeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant intent to taking a life of your fellow lodger. The part of you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would never not else, my lord.
And Miss Green,
Yes?
you are aware of the reason you're being summoned to the courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live? Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage.
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life.
Yes. Having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside Gerardip household. That she was actually stabbed by a flying knife. An incident that rendered you unconscious for 3 days. Some 3 days. Some 3 days? 3 days. Conscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I fear, Miss Green.
At this point in time, all that appears to connect with you and Mr. Shakespeare's lodging is Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive the awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And, of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare.
Eh? But that what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witness will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
They look like a bad married couple.
It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I
was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I've been in the area. I had little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all of his business.
Yes, there were incidents inside a week of what I believe to be aptly described as the haunting lodgings. Haunted laundry. One can only presume this is the most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare?
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary! What a commotion did the officers of law make on the floor but mine. Ugh.
Brr. Burp. When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder.
As suspected, there's nothing connected these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross an accusation with two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord. I'm now just gonna do the whole like. I'm not gonna do it every single time. This is gonna mess up my headset, and it's gonna give me a headache if I keep doing it too much. All right, now is a good time to see what is the results. First and foremost, we don't lose this trial. Wow, he's even joking about suicide. Wow. So then it's 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, died of natural cause, was in prison, and his father was witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds of remains unrecovered. Okay, so kind of like what we expected. Oh, this is... Yeah, this is added to that newspaper. Okay, so the only thing is this one. Interesting. I thought it was going to be a little bit more, and also pictures. But I think pictures would be way too obvious what's going to happen. All equally appetizing. Hmm. That's a reason to go to the pub. There is possible reasons.
Hold it!
At least I get all my 5 points again.
What? Hold it!
Watches early hours.
Hold it!
I mean, I noticed that. I just wanted to see what's the last statement's gonna be reading like. I always do this. Don't have to tell me Susato.
What? Excuse me.
Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court? Let's see. Great Raspberry. Yeah. Shakespeare spirit.
Well, nay, nay, sir, 'twas nothing at all.
Your screen.
Me, my lord. I guess I'm just gonna read this part because I thought it was gonna be a quick one, but I guess we're going with this one. Me, my lord, have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, container, do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Therefore, where you pose it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Spicy! Again, more licking. How you doing, Spicy? Hope your day's been going well. You're catching me in not the end of my stream, but going towards what we are finding out, a mysterious case. Oopsie. I didn't mean to pin that. I'm gonna unpin that. Cool. But yeah, Spicy, how you been doing? We're just doing I'm just reading off the story of this case of the haunted lodgings. I don't know if you ever played Ace Attorney games or whatnot, but this is like the mystery of the haunted lodgings. I can give you the rundown if you would like to. No, if you like a brief summary of what is going on with this current case, and also the containing of all this like mysteries going on within this game. Because I'm only on the second case, but man, it's long. I've been at this for a while. Of course, that's what links Miss Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross, not Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, it's a court case? Yeah, so, I'll explain it. Pretty much right now, I'm trying to solve a mystery that's called the Haunted Lodgings. So what brought this about is pretty much, this is the second game in two games. This is kind of like a chronicles of the story about, this is the main character. He is the descendant and pretty much like, I guess you could say the big, turning point of the family of Phoenix Wright, the main character of the main series of Ace Attorney games. The Ace Attorney games being a lawyer who goes into court to solve people. Brief history of him: he was in Japanese. He wasn't intending to be a full-on lawyer. Stuff happened where his best friend unfortunately passed away going to Great Britain, and then now he's taking over his spot in becoming the lawyer in Great Britain representing Japan. And a lot of things happened last case that we solved, a lot of mysteries that still have not been brought up to this day. Well, in a sense, to this point of the game. Pretty much, we find out early in this game that our assistant that you have yet to see yet, went back to Japan, and this is back in the early days, so they didn't have like the modern days of phones or anything like that. So they had like letters, and they take ships which take like a month or more to go around the world to get back to any place of the world. So she took like month to get back. In the early of this game, she went back because she was told that her father was I wouldn't say deathly ill, but really, really ill. But it turns out he lied just to get her to go back to Japan. But she wanted to know why, and it finds out that the person that I'm defending, who also is back in Japan, is also told that something around this case specifically, this second case, something about it caused both him and basically the character who is pretty much Sherlock Holmes, but in this case is Sherlock Sholmes because of copyright issues, caused them to not have this case publicized outside of the current courthouse proceedings. So pretty much anybody in this court would know what happened, but they do not know why this has to be contained from public eyes. So pretty much when she wrote that to Ryunosuke or Naruhodo, that's his name, pretty much she told them to look back at this case. So we're in the sense of a flashback back into the first case, where we're now discovering why this case called the Haunted Lodgings is becoming a thing. When we start the second case, it's pretty much between two cases. So the case right before this happened where one of the witnesses was supposedly stabbed and almost killed, or I wouldn't say almost, but she went into like a bit of a coma, and we had to figure out why to protect her. Turns out that case has some relevance to this case. Well, most of it you just have to know that she was stabbed by accident, and she comes through. And so we're having her be a witness because something came up earlier in this case, where, as I mentioned, another Japanese friend is now being blamed for attempted murder on you could say, parody of William Shakespeare. His name is William Shamspeare. The victim claims that the Japanese friend poisoned him with a specific poison, and now we're trying to figure out why. We found out in the last proceeding of the case that he is a gas thief, and so we're trying to figure out why this all is happening. And through these court proceedings, we're figuring out that we're claiming that not only that he attempted to steal gas, but also attempted to murder our Japanese friend who is lodging above us. There's a lot of other details I haven't gone through with like certain evidences, but pretty much that's what we got to claiming. And we also claim that the person who poisoned the sham spear was actually the person who was accidentally stabbed in the last case. So we're trying to figure out what are all the learnings, why are these happening. We found some other weird things, how there was like a murderer like months ago before we arrived. How the witness who was accidentally stabbed had her like in a sense boyfriend murdered mysteriously, kind of thing. So we're trying to figure all that out. And right now we're trying to, and his name is Duncan Ross. So we're trying to figure out what all this has to connect and why these are happening. It's kind of like the situation rundown. Hopefully that helps to explain a little bit of the story we're going through.
Now, now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Okay, so now I got the letter. Envelope is ripped. Now, out of curiosity.
Objection.
Okay, so that is not the statement there. Okay, so I need to figure it out. They didn't put the voice actors. No, this type of games they don't usually put. Well, they have voices in certain cases. Like as you can hear, like the hold it, objection, and stuff like that. So there's small acting, and there's even animated cutscenes. So there is like, yeah, that's what I thought. It was the last one. Yeah, it's animated cutscenes with voice actors, so there is voice acting, but a majority of it is literally just reading the text. Oopsie, I did that by accident.
Objection.
Oh, what? That's not it. Am I picking the wrong evidence? If it's actually just because I was picking the wrong evidence, that's kind of frustrating.
Objection.
No, it is not. I'm just wasting points here because I thought that is it, but hold on. Am I missing something here? Because I have to look at stuff.
Hold it!
Maybe I have to press again. Maybe it's that one because... Because like the pressing. Okay, maybe it's that one.
Objection!
Okay, I'm just wasting my points here. Am I not seeing this right? I lost 4 points here because there's something not clear to me. God, this is... What am I missing? I almost want to restart this because I messed this up to a point where I clearly am missing something.
Hold it!
What am I missing? Yeah, I almost just want to restart this just because of this. Oh, is this I forgot about this one. But I don't have any evidence. Do I not? Oh, hydrate. I got some water left. Thank you. Yeah, I have to keep hydrating if I'm going to do all these voices. I can't read the letter. Because it's already like... Yeah, it's one of those like, it's just blank and there's nothing for me to view it. Oh my god. There's nothing to present him. Am I thinking this opposite?
Objection.
Yeah, no, it's not that. Well, I wanted to restart anyway. This one was one of those, like, it didn't really make sense. Green Chris, Foreman, yeah, they all guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
I think this is my first time getting guilty in this game anyway. Second case. I'm missing something. I'm clearly missing something. I'm glad I can restart from the scene and not the start of the case because god dang the original Ace Attorney games. Okay. Wait, do I have the thingy? Oh, I have to pursue. I don't have the thing.
Hold it.
I need to remember what was it.
Excuse me.
Okay, let me read this again. Maybe I am thinking of this. Maybe I am thinking about this overly complicated. Or not overly complicated. Maybe I'm just like not thinking of the proper way. Because maybe this is the evidence. I think the issue is because it covers up Duncan Ross. And I immediately disregarded a lot of that issue. I think that's the issue, is that it covers up Duncan Ross and it was trying to make me prove that she was there instead of the other way around where Shamsir had a reason for it. Yeah. I think that's my problem with this at the moment, is just some of the wording is a little bit twisted. That could be me misinterpreting things, but I feel like also at the same time they could have not gotten rid of Duncan Ross. I think this is what it wanted me to do. I figured it was it, but I couldn't really figure why. Doesn't it make some sense? Shamspear. Yes, sir. Question: is it not the case that you visited the Slug as a place you don't normally patronize for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some kind purpose, speakest. Very well. I'll present the court with evidence. So why you slugged that day.
Take that.
I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. Yeah, I was thinking of it a completely different way. My lord, it reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Rose. Come to the Slug and Salad Okay, that is a big complaint right there. I wanted to read it because I couldn't remember what was on it. That was why I could not read that. Like there was no button option for me to read it. Okay, no, I cannot. No, this game is. Oh my god, that was part of the investigation. And yeah, I don't like this. I really don't like this. The fact that I could not read it is the fact that I could not remember what it said. If I read it like that, that would have clicked more in my head why he went there. Like, then I wouldn't have got that confusion. But because of that, I couldn't read it. I couldn't put two to two together clearly until, like, the only thing I could do is the fact that that ripped note was found in his room. Oh my god, no. I'm sorry. No, this is really bad. This is an interesting enough case, but I already hate a lot of this case's, like, decision game mechanic. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. This is not something I'll fully agree on. This is just stupid. The fact I couldn't read this specific part. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamsbury, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that it's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamsbury? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this man. Odd man, does it? Well, you think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well. You may amend your testimony to include the details of that particular note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. This nothing to do with this odd man next to me here. Oh, right. I think I'm starting to see the whole picture now. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address? And upon carrying out the instructions, you found yourself in the hospital? Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that happened to me. Yes, it's terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. This is a torn off end of the envelope. Oh, is it? And if it so happens that it fits perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamsbury's room. In my room? Mr. Shamsbury, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Oh well. Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th, and so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did that do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. And so how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm a fledgling artist after all.
There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shams's room and stole it.
You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke my... thou were in my room? What on earth? What do you want with me?
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
Miss Green.
Yes?
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you had endured in the recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
Very well.
Witnesses, you will give a formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
Here's me.
I do remember it now. 'Twas a week ago. Peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad. Yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as that torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You now claim you have received this letter. Do you, Mr. Shamspear?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. I would not swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from tavern that night, I had not I have not laid eyes upon it.
Very well. That being Chris, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair do you think I am the one lying?
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling honest, as I said, and fledgling honest don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address, besides. We all know who's the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, can you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamsier's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to just say what happened. That's all. It's your job to give explanation and the proofs. You're the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel.
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well then. Defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witness.
Miss Green clearly did not break into Mr. Shamspear. Did clearly break into Mr. Shamspear's room.
There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one.
The cross-examination!
All right, let's see what we got. Duncan Lodgings has the same household as you. Hold on. I'm trying to think back on something. Yeah. Nothing on that. It's so frustrating when something does that.
Hold it!
Oh, fairies. Midsummer's Night Dream. Hey. I know that story. Well, I know I read slash watched the story, but haven't seen it in a long time. I don't remember it.
Hold it!
She defended Shamspear, but not her.
Hold it! Objection!
Yeah, there's no obvious things. There is one possibility, though. I am thinking of one possibility.
Hold it!
Alright, so we're gonna have to check the evidence, because there's nothing to press there. Wait, did I not do this? Oh, right. I lost and I did this. Okay, got it. Why would I? I'm trying to think right now. Yeah, it's useless at the moment. This one has already been done. There's nothing. Yeah, the only evidence I could think is this one. What does this mean? Let me look back at his statements. No one showed up. So why would you? This is. I'm gonna try it.
Objection.
Okay, so I thought that is not. That doesn't make any sense as I thought. There has to be a why. Oh.
Objection.
I just dropped my controller. I did not want to do. Oh my god. No, I just lost the point because I dropped my controller. Oh my god, I didn't even want to do that. I was just putting it over for.
Hold it.
I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. God dang it, that's stupid. I didn't get any more water, dang it. Oh well. Got more snacks. I don't even remember, what did I present on? Oh. It wasn't even something that I would have used. It was something I would have used like this one. Nice. The magical disappearing arrow. Yeah, that arrow just disappears. I wanted to present this, but I lost a chance. I don't know if that's a good one. That's the only other possible one.
Objection!
Okay, so it was that. It was like, the picture was a far-fetched one, but I figured the bottle would have been it. I would have gotten it if I wouldn't make a mistake, because that fourth one was just a drop on my controller. The reason why I didn't propose that one, because they're going for evidence and not like speculation, but this is still speculation, not evidence, because one, Scotland Yard hasn't finished their investigation, and two, I just proposed the conjecture that there is possible poisoning on the lamp. That was the reason why I was holding off on it. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still at the bottom was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp to Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Now, see, there's an issue with that. Just in case if Mr. Shamspeare doesn't do that, and then the other guy, Meter Man, does the thing. One of the meter people. They would get the poisoning.
Can this be?
You broke into my room to...
It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Shamspear's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Dear, oh dearie. Me!
Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison at the end of the gas pipe with the intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set Odious trapped 6 days ago, and the victim had to part his mouth to pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
There was significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as a part of ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at the time. Lord Von Zeeks. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspear's address. More activity? Ah, yes! You mean the fellow lodger, Mr. Natsumi, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspear was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsumi's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Natsumi had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstance, Mr. Shamspear had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in the prison cell, with the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago, the situation changed again. Right! Mr. Natsumi's trial, which took place here at Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted.
And that resulted in Mr. Natsumi returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room for some 4 days earlier.
Mary!
Oh, she's on the box. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Slalid at 5 o'clock, and that recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home?
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order! What do you have to say for yourself, Mrs. Witness?
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack of the victim's life?
It's Herlock Sholmes!
Take that!
Duncan?
Ross?
Okay, this one I did not predict. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsumi took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I heard the name somewhere before. It was all over the papers a month ago when a man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
Him? It does ring a vague... Ah! Of course, yes, I remember now. A young man declaimed was strangled by a convicted curse. Or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamsir's blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you, Duncan, was...
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are. All along, because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary?
Okay, I'm gonna lost on a bit here. Oh, which person's behind the victim? I thought it was like, oh no, I misread that. I thought it was like, who is Olive Green's of real purpose? Who's the real person? And it was Duncan Ross. Nope, never mind. I misread that. That's just going perfectly fine what I originally thought it was. Sorry, I thought he cross-dressed. Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I to correct my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamsir have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I denied every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruto, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green,
I'm sure you'll think I'm very rude, but I'm not going to be sent into the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection.
But you broke into the man's room. You didn't do it to smear poison. If you didn't do it to smear the poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around. That's all.
Sorry.
You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, violence! Oh, villainy! Oh, tyranny! Oh, routinity! Ruin a woman. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some turnips and a piece of wire. Turps and a piece of wire.
Turnips. Blah.
Oh, lawfulness! Oh, artfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of a woman!
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence you've search revealed.
Well, I spotted a note that sent him lying on the floor.
Wait.
Sent him lying on the floor. When I picked it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Eh?
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting and a photograph and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes. This rather nice key.
What are you doing with that?
I can't believe he did not notice it.
What the? Every ounce of color was drained from his face.
Give it to you. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it.
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you.
Ah! Okay, slight differentiating on the theory. Got it.
So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back. Give it a minute. Give it to me.
Calm yourself, witness.
So Mr. Shamspeare has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, it's his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspeare at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events.
You know, honestly, with these final trial runs, I really wish they did what they did in Dual Destinies and did the whole epic connecting the dots thing. While it's guaranteed not lost at that moment, it was fun and really cool. And this game doesn't do that. I'm kind of sad.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present your evidence to court to support your claim. What is it that you can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspeare's alleged crimes?
Allegedly, it's my armband.
Take that!
It's an official police report, is it not?
The Selden file?
How did you get a hold of that?
Selden?
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linked to them: the fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden, until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery that when he died, and the sum £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which has yet remains to be found.
Yes, of course. Come back to me now. It's written in the file here.
£1,000 lost in the route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret: the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container that the valuables were in. You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? That's a false charge. I tell you, a false charge.
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us says how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant to the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to out Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and various reason. God friggin' dang it, English. To get your hands on the £1,000 of loot left behind by the dead convict.
You...
Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get stretched to me. Listen, I want you to have my loot, anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging. Well, they got me here. This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare.
It's mine.
What did he say?
It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I can't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Oh, forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit it to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Oh, verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Oh, do you really think I just give it up? There's no question in my mind now. This man's guilty through and through. He seems utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid, however hard you press him, he'd never admit to what he's done, Miss Naruto. There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possessions already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense would like to make a proposal. How about how to find the late convict's hidden loot? I believe I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth the gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already. Definitely paid off then.
Very well, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull?
Take that!
This is my proposal, my lord.
Good gracious, we can use that, can we?
Objection!
I haven't. Stop wasting the time with census rubbish. Yep. I figured. Oh, hey, he hit it with that. I was wondering if that's all. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. It's all outside. Ah! No, I know. Okay, yeah. This one.
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamsier's handprints on the wall. On all his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
based on the wonderful new discovery of the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Oh, do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspear. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
Ah, 'tis Herlock Sholmes himself.
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long, and I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes, he does know Lord Van Zeeksten. Well, enough to say something like that in the Kane case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, it does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly discovered scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities.
You need only a small sample of something that individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you were holding, elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you. Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Mr. Seki's room. We need a sample to locate Seldom's loot that's hidden in his room. What form of sample will we take? Let me think of this. Wait. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain the possession of the late convict Selden to create such an indicator solution?
Take that!
Miss Green. Huh? Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions of the man's skin on the surface that we can use.
Very, very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create an indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. The issue is that at least 3 people has touched it, and this has been over a month since has been all that. I do not guarantee that there's any skin solution of his left. And find exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shamspear has one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no matter than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Seldom's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give it to me, Kaki! The detective shan't have it!
It
It's over, Mr. Shamspear.
No, no.
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Oh, oh, Sam the Spear. Despair. I be thy name.
He got shot like 3 times. Okay, well. I seriously thought he was Selden in disguise, but... So I was wrong.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods?
Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsumi. What unfortunate timing.
Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally had my chance, but it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsumi was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Mr. Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
The famous line that all of us, a lot of people like to quote. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'd never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we had graduated before we told our parents, remember? That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I'd stopped going to the school, but something kept driving me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, aged-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. I walked up the road of scrubbery for some food, so I followed him. I sat myself down next to him. He had
some watery looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with a publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed. The ghost of the convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. Oh, I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like, I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I heard about the gas companies going around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Oh, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
Ah, a black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method was establishing the truth was simply, and your chosen method for establishing truth was simple but highly effective. Smearing poison on the gas pipe, you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait.
If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew he would worry enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. I smelled a good amount of poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done. And that it was all just a wild fantasy.
You know, the issue is that you would have attacked at least somebody else, in a sense. But, you know, eh.
Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be... and that the culprit would get his just deserts.
"3 days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord?
you will henceforth be stripped of all of your freedom as punishment for attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shakespeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsumi, here, present.
Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad you're being here. I'm glad of you're being here. I'm glad of you being here. It's supposed to be you instead of your. I'm glad of your being here. Okay. Miss Green. Oh. And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamster didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsumi,
Yes, my lord.
the court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We all in agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
Not guilty. Yay. 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 That's dangerous inside a courtroom. Yay. Also realize this is like really old. Why is there confetti? What the heck is confetti at this time period?
court is adjourned.
I don't think confetti was like, when was confetti invented? I'm actually going to look this up now. In the late 1800s. In northern Italy. Part of weddings in the UK since pagan times. I guess technically, yeah, this court would have it, but dang. That's mainly for weddings.
Oh, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done.
Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache.
No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say the luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Locum student now, Mr. Lord Esquire, once again, you saved me from doom.
I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsume. Married to not being guilty twice. Yes, Luigi, twice. I hope you're not too tired, Luigi. It is like 7 at your time. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. Jesus.
Nearly 7, yeah. We're almost done, though.
I was first acquainted with and gained an affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought out to the land that bore the fruit of literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark, dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way.
I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
What? Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Japan and Britain and write something of my own. Oh, a novel of sorts. I suppose.
He does. He's an actual person. Oh my. So you're creating your own literature, Miss Natsumi? How wonderful.
Oh, well, no. I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
I heard something weird. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right. Yes, it will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Ah, that's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. Desire to return post-haste to perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. Oh my goodness, yes, faced with such terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Objection.
And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father was falling gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Yeah, because everything in that trial doesn't seem out of the ordinary. It's only the loot. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. I would say like they could just twist the story and be like it's just gold, but whatever they find is different. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in these situations. In such a way, wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Blah, 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 blah.
Grexy been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think purposely humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hole. Anime cutscene? It must be the anime cutscene. What is that? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. Collar? It's huge though! And look at the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, that's quite a lot of it. On the second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as belt. Then, of course, there's the emblem here. A large bee and a crown, and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen it, the emblem somewhere before, you know? Hey, welcome, Alibium. Alibium? Alibium. I hope I'm saying your name right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, is that Luffy? Oh my god, it is Luffy. Oh man, I haven't caught up on One Piece recently, but I haven't seen the recent chapters, but yeah. Welcome to the stream. You're catching the, unfortunately, tail end of my stream, so I am sorry. I'm ending it off relatively soon after I'm finished in this little cutscene. So, I do apologize for that, but I do... Wow. I do be sorry. It is pretty late. It's like 4 a.m. where I am at right now. I don't know how late is where you are at. I haven't gotten the actual sleep. I just wanted to finish this part because I was interested to see the end of this. Oh yeah, time zones. Yeah, no, time zones are a thing. Bad timing, but hey, welcome to the chaos. Yeah. Nope, it can't be late. I woke up. Oh look, Paragon, you literally made it towards the end of the last segment. You missed like 4 hours worth of content. I left some messages for you. But yeah, Alibium, I do appreciate you dropping by though. Couldn't miss Iris. Nope. Also, thank you for the resub. Resub, Justin. Alibium. But yeah, no. Just briefly, just to say, I'm playing Ace Attorney right now, so we're going through a lot of this right now. I don't know if you're a fan of Ace Attorney. I'm assuming you are because that's how you may be found my channel. I am playing through the entirety of Ace Attorney Resolve. If you have played it, good. I do request no spoilers or no backseating anytime I play this game. I don't play this consistently like weekly or something like that. I do have different streams. The only consistent stream I've been doing is Saturday streams. So I might play different games on different days. Usually I have D&Ds on Sundays, but they've been on hiatus for a little bit. And then like other streams, like some JRPG, Dragon Quest-esque games on my Thursdays or Fridays. So there's that. I do play a wide variety. I'm a variety streamer, so I play a lot of different stuff. So while this is a game I'm playing right now, I'm trying to focus on a little bit, trying to beat it. It is not going to be the only game I play. So yeah, I do apologize that you're coming in late, but if you want to stick around and see more of it, feel free to follow. If not, that's totally fine. I don't ask people to do a lot if you wanted to slurk and all that stuff. I do have a archive channel, so if you want to see all my reactions, all my talks, and all that other stuff, it is down below with my archive channel. You can kind of see it there. I do talk with friends, and I have been playing with this with some friends in the earlier days, so you might just see a lot of different people. But yeah, this is me just reading and trying to act it out because there's no voicing during a lot of these. So yeah. Occasional Friday stream, Saturdays for sure, Sunday D&D. Sunday, yeah, usually should be D&D, what Luigi says, but it can happen with other things. I will mention I'm in the Pacific time zone, so when it's 8 p.m. Pacific time, that usually for my Saturday streams, that's when I start. So that's just a heads up on that. But again, I do appreciate you finding me. I do appreciate you coming. I see that you're a One Piece fan, and I do like that series. I haven't caught up to it as up to date as like probably like a few weeks ago. So, yeah. Thank you so much for finding me. I hope you enjoy with the little time I'm staying up a little bit, and hopefully catch you again another time. But other than that, I really hope whatever time zone you're in, your day goes well, your sleep goes well, enjoying the weekend and all that stuff, and you take it easy for sure. Enjoyed lurking while I finish this little cutscene up. Let's see. I read this one, but I'll read it again. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before. You know, where could it have been? Also, I do apologize for my bad accents because I'm not really great at accents right now. That's enough of that, I think. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? It should be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off of that, you lot, and hand it over now! Peregrine, how are you doing? Oh. I've never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewelry certainly looked to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out most to me, at least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood? I'm getting chills down my spine. Uh-oh, Boss Chi is defeated. Oh yeah, Paragon got... yeah. Paragon unfortunately killed Boss Chi. Now he's the boss. I guess Justin now makes the rules in his statements now. In order to bring it down, everyone needs to store bits and subscriptions. Don't actually do that. I'm not asking you guys to subscribe or doing bits or anything. As much as I provide like emotes and stuff, I'm not a person who requests like money to be given to me, because I am a person who says if you're here to have fun or lurk around, you're free to do so, as long as you don't break the rules, is what I say. That's all I say. Paragon boss fight. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? It's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as a basis for this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man, and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story. I mean, technically true. Two-part. I can't wait. A word please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Oh my god, my throat is killing me. Could not have done Gregson voice. That was the last probably of it. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes. It is what I thought. Yep.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
Busy-ish
It would take
weekend,
a
sorta.
little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For
Stop
it
having
wasn't
busy
until
weekends.
2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
The start of the case, of the resolve. It now begins. I was gonna say, yeah, this is a prologue of the story. Yeah, it has to be the prologue of the story at this point. The return of the departed soul. なるほどね. You want to see the intro? I don't know. People in the chat, do you guys want to see the intro or shall we save it for the next time as the next parter? Because I feel like it'd probably be better to save it for the next part as the proper, like, show. I mean, you have no say in this, Justin. You proposed the idea. We're leaving it to the audience if they say anything. I know everyone is tired, and so there's different chances. That's a possibility, yes, Luigi. Yes, Justin, you have no say in this. I'm not letting you have any say in this. Yeah, no, Luigi does make a good point. I will admit that, yeah, we don't know when I will continue this adventure. I do try to play this as soon as possible, especially since this has been going on for a while. So yes, Luigi does make a good point. We can do like the anime of ending of each episode where we just have a show preview with it. So, okay, Justin, we are giving you the thing that you are, you know, hinting that you want to do and see our reactions. Just know that it's because of Luigi who decided this fate. Whatever happens now is on your head. Praise Luigi. The return of the great...
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
What is this? This is like Professor Layton in the Steam Engine game that's coming out soon. You guys should totally buy it. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine! A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
We haven't even done that in the modern 21st century. Also, Luigi, I do want to emphasize as a context and the disclosure, I say this as a joke. I know that you also just saying that as a challenge included. I just want to say, like, for people out of context, I am not actually saying go out of your way and spend all your money on one thing that I'm requesting. I do make this joke at a lot of times as a funny person and a content streamer. Or content creator, I should say. So please do take my sarcastic nature and like funny jokes as jokes until I actually am saying like I am serious about them.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before. In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
What the frick was that? He just pulled them all down. Could possibly go wrong. Oh god, I never saw this coming. What a plot twist! I never saw this coming. What a surprising tragedy. Well, we saw the cutscene. I think that is the end of what the cutscene shall be. That wasn't as dramatic as I thought it would be. I thought we would actually see like a murder and stuff like that we've seen in previous like games and cases. So yeah, I'm not saving there. I'm just closing it so that next time I should be able to load it and we can replay the cutscene so that next time people will actually see it. I mean, hey, until we see a body, Justin, like in any show, in any movie, in any kind of media, until we actually see proof and then there's a body, can't say they died. One Piece has taught me that. A lot of different shows has taught me that. And even if they die, they can be brought back by whatever janky means that they want to say. Shh, Justin, you're spoiling the case. Sorry, you can't just spoil the case like that. Am I having deja vu? Just realized that I need to Alright, yeah. We'll do that after the stream. Alrighty then. I don't believe that there's anybody streaming right now that is just online. No one I really want to raid at the moment, so yeah, no, it's Yeah, we finished the case. I will say that was an interesting case. Most of it proceeded as what I genuinely thought. There was like a couple of different cases where I'm just like, I didn't realize it was going to be like this way instead of that way. But hey, you know what? I figured that it was a lot of the end results were going to be something as the way. I will mention at least for Justin, at one point I did get a game over, but it was also very unclear about certain things. So yeah, there were some things I had problems with, just the game mechanic and just Von Zeeks as in general. And for someone who Rimworld who modded Psychonauts 2, I haven't seen anything of Psychonauts 2. Like actually nothing of Psychonauts. Also don't know anything of Rimworld. Psychonauts 2 is a trip. I know that so here's the thing. I know that I've played Psychonauts, so I did play that on stream. I didn't overly like it because it's mainly because the game itself aged poorly. And it was just a game that I didn't fully find all the humor in it well. I do own Psychonauts 2, and I do plan on streaming it at some point in time. I do not know when that will be. I don't... let me look at this. Long to beat. I'm actually curious. How long is to beat Psychonauts 2? Psychonauts 2 is beaten in 15 hours, so... in a sense, how long was Psychonauts 1? 12 hours, and that took me forever because I took a large break from it. Yeah, Psychonauts 2 is like 15 to like maybe like 20 hours. Yeah, no, I do have the game. I can play it, and I probably will have a lot more easier time beating it a lot sooner than any of the RPGs I'm playing right now. Yeah, with Great Ace Attorney, we're all going on to, case 2. Not case 2, case 3. Yeah. No, I will play Psychonauts 2. It is on my list of games I do want to play and beat. The issue is just getting like all the other games I want to do, because again, like I have not only a few games I still want to get back in, because I've been on like these many different games for a long while, and a lot of these are RPGs, so I have to pick like smaller games at some point. But I also have your guys' requested games. I have Mike's Sonic Heroes. I have Luigi's Cyber Sleuth. I'm going to try to do these in order, too, because these are how they were requested. So, yes. Sonic Heroes, Cyber Sleuth is definitely going to be on as the second requested game. Once I beat, like, at least 2 different games. And, Ace Attorney is going to take a while. Secret of Mana is going to take a little bit. I thought it was going to be short, but then looking at it, I'm barely like I'm a bit under halfway. So I definitely need to take like a few long sessions with it. And I know Dragon Warrior Monsters and then Dark Prince are just been on a long way. I know Dark Prince, at least I'm like I feel like I'm almost I'm going to be like 2/3 away beating that game, and then there's gonna be post game and stuff like that. So when I beat that one, I should be able to just go in Sonic Heroes and then go with that. No, Kingdom Hearts 2 is not after. Well, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 is way after Cyber Sleuth, because we got James's requested game. Void Lords is Bioshock Infinite. I still remember that. That one's gonna be relatively short. Well, It's a first-person shooter game, so. No, is it BioShock Infinite or is it just BioShock? I need to double check with James if it's BioShock Infinite or BioShock. I think it's BioShock actually that he mentioned. So either way, both of them are first-person shooter games. They generally do not tend to do a long time, and I know BioShock 1 is generally not a long game. And then we got Attack of the Power Juju. This was requested through Emoto. And then the next big RPG that we're going to be playing is Octopath Traveler, and I know Justin knows that game, and I'm going to try to play every single part of that game when I can. Octopath is going to take a while. Yeah, Octopath Traveler is going to take like over 60 hours, 60 to 80 hours really of content, so... Octopath or Champions of Continent. Is that like a DLC or something like that? If that's DLC, I might have to get that. But Octopath Traveler is going to be a heck of a long game, that's for sure. And then Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 is going to be not as long, I would say. Let me look. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 is 32 hours. Well, I'm going to play the final mix, which is like 32 hours. It's something like that. So it's going to be a little bit of a long one. Oh, got some long requested games. They're going to be at that for a while. And then I'm going to have to play some of my shorter games later just to make things feel a little bit of progress. Because I've been at these sets of games for a very long time. I mean, the last game I completed was like Bloody Trapland, which is back in February. And then Majora's Mask was back in December. Bloody Trapland 1 was back in November as well. Yeah, so it's like I haven't completed games in like for a long period of time, so really need to focus on some of them. Speaking of Octopath, ha 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 ha. What Justin laughs. Speaking of which, I need to do some setting up for other stuff. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna start ending off my stream here. No raid again today. I think it'll be okay for now. Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I thank everyone who has been lurking, who has checked me out, anybody who is just came in. I thank you, appreciate it. I hope you guys I hope you guys are doing fine, are having a wonderful day. Yeah, and really just everyone take it easy, enjoy the weekend when you guys can, and hope your morning, afternoon, day, like evening, night, all that stuff goes well. And really just, yeah, really, I hope you guys take it easy, and I'll catch you guys in another stream. Won't be mine or someone else's. Sleep well, Luigi. I hope you get some good sleep and get some good rest. I thank you so much for stopping by for this long time. Also, Justin, you missed a lot, so you got a lot to catch up. I gave you 4 hours of content. Be happy. Usually I only give you 2 hours. Also Mother's Day. Also, yeah, Mother's Day, for those who celebrate it. If not, have a good Sunday as well, or whatever Sunday you guys are doing. Have a good May 12th. If it is 12th, well, it should be 12 for a lot of places still, but yeah. Anyway, hope you guys take care, take it easy, sleep, and all that. Yeah, and I'll catch you guys in another stream. I did say there's no gonna be D&D tomorrow, or in a sense today. I don't have anything planned. If I do have anything planned, it will likely just be hangout / me playing a game stream. If I have people with friends, we might just do something offline with together. If I don't, and we just wanted to hang briefly, then I might just do something like Secret of Mana. If no one else, and I really feel like I want to stream something, don't hold your breath on this, Justin, or anybody else. I might consider doing more Ace Attorney Chronicles, and we might be able to do more than just 2 parts again. Like, more than just 1 part again. Because, again, I am trying to get through this as a little bit quicker as possible so that this isn't taking as long as it is. Because I started this game... I got Ace Chronicles back in 2021, and the second game I started in 2023, so we're getting there in terms of content. Anyway, yeah, have a good night, Luigi, or good morning, and sleep well. I'll catch you guys online at some other point. All right, take it easy, and good night. Bye.